What's good, people? Happy Friday. Hope you're all doing well out there. It's snowy here. Is it snowy there too? We don't get much snow, so everything stopped here. Everything. Benjamin Rich, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. Who else is here? Syndremic. My brother, how you doing? Saffron, how you doing, homie? Olivia, welcome in. Happy Friday. Kaya, happy Friday to you, sir. Jacques, wouldn't be a Friday without you, homie. Shall we do this? Yeah? Probably still a little loud, huh? Sorry about that. For those of you wanting to make something similar at home, it doesn't even really matter what's coming out of the synth here. You just got to cream it out through a bunch of Valhalla Shimmer, and it will make you sound great. Sound like a commercial, right? Got a little thermal in there to fuzz it up, because you don't want it to be too clean. Particle waves in there. But this is a rig called Squirrel Fishing. Classic. You can grab it from the Reaktor user library online for free. It's had a couple of changes made to it. More noise. Compliments of metaphysical function. Another classic. Some Portal to cream out the synths even more. Liv, Garrison. The iceberg begins its lonesome journey 1,000 miles from civilization. Unperturbed and blasé, it meanders and moseys through the frozen architecture majestically, expectant of nothing, though with the weight of the world on its cold, thinning surface. Man. Yeah, exactly. Right, Liv? Like, I don't know what to do. I don't even know if this sounds good. You know what? I'll just turn this into a pad. Or I'm just going to make this an ambient track and move on. We'll just call it a day. Someone's going to like it. Someone's going to hear it and go, wow, this sounds like heaven. And you'll be like, I spent 3 minutes on it. It's true, though. Reverb does make things kind of magical, right? Discord. Yeah, Benjamin Rich. There you go. Notepad. Hello, Notepad. That kind of makes me ready. Liv's comment, I paid for 100% reverb mix. I'm going to use 100% reverb mix. Oh, man. Going all the way to 100. Man. Let's turn this off, huh? What would happen if we left such a soothing, calming background on as just background noise to catch you? We could just leave. We could leave metaphysical function running in the background, though. We could do that. We just bring it way down. I continue the Garrison narration. Yeah, right. Yeah, Zendremic, this has been a thought for a very long time, the whole Ambient Girl channel, because I have so many little toys that I've built over the years that I can just plug and play. Like it's all so generative and none of it is AI, right? All of it's just old school reactor stuff. And all you have to do is put a different reverb over it, um, and put another metaphysical function patch with it, right? And bada bing, bada bang. It's radio. Yeah. To this day, I don't know what Prairie Home Companion is about. Yet, you tune into it constantly, right? Like, oh. And if he were here, he'd just be like, "Thanks for tuning in again, Liv." From the icy lake shores of where is he? Where is he? Is he like in Wisconsin? Where is he? It's not the same. Yeah, back in the day, Michigan, Wisconsin, somewhere. Yeah, yeah, I can't remember. Um, all right, so heading over to the public feedback realm over here. Now, if we leave metaphysical function on, that's going to catch some folks up, right? Let's see what happens. Little stuffed up today, so hope I am hearing everything appropriately, the way that it was meant to be heard today. Um, oh man, Tomba tossed something in here early, saying next week teaser. So I guess we're going to start with that. And Liv, first out the gate this morning, saying this just kind of came out of me yesterday. Okay. You're also stuffed up. Cool. We're all running through the same filter. Nice. Right. Tom is at the end. Ooh, cool. Okay. Syndromic says, spent the whole day texturing a turtle in 3D. I was so happy with it. I lost all my progress, so now I'm texturing a turtle in 3D again. Oh, man. Did you also do too much poppers last night? Nope. Dad mode over here. Yep. Just stayed up late to get stuff done, unfortunately. But good for you. Um, Tomba, if you're listening right now, thanks for dropping this early. Let's roll. This one's called Ethereal. Oh, man. That's it. He meant it when he said a teaser. All right. Now I just want to hear more. Right? Right? I know. Too short, right? I had a nice vibe going. Well, he did say next week's teaser, so this is something that he's going to drop for us, hopefully, today when he comes. Wait a minute. He dropped this on the 9th. Oh, gosh. I have to do math. Hold on. It's the 14th. Well, that was 5 days ago, so I don't know. Now I'm just going to be sitting here wondering until he shows up. I know. Why put out the thing before the thing, right? If you're going to give us the thing, give us the thing. I'm sure this was just the idea. And he's like, oh man, gotta share this. All right, so Liv, saying this just kind of came out of me yesterday. I don't know. No DAW for a year? Oh no. Consider me teased, right? Oh, I saw. We'll go click on it here in a bit, but I saw that uh, OpenDAW is now like actually a thing, like officially. So I want to go see what it looks like in its early states, uh, just for a couple of minutes, um, because the browser tech is coming. The browser tech is it's real. There are some very skilled uh, folks out there in the world of web. The Vidale, what's up? It's a I'm gonna show you a thing, but only a little, cause I'm evil. Roku Sai, welcome in. Hello. How you doing? All right, let's listen to Live Till the Sun Burns Out. I love I love this. I love this. This I love this. Um Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the mid lows in the kick. It has too much of like a plosive force to it, I think. Um, would love for that to be tamed a bit, especially like around that 2 minute mark in that section forward. Oh man, this is so good. I'm just kind of going back mentally through this. This is so good. It's so nostalgia-y. And for this like to just kind of fall out of you just as a one-off is I just want more. So at 40 seconds, I feel like if you lean into that detune there and kind of let it spread into this awesomeness, kind of as its own little transition helper there. Um, it'd be cool if the bass here, which is like around 130 or so, I think, was a little bit more warm and round. Little transition help around 146, something kind of whooshy, airy. Um, yeah, feeling the force of the soften the lows. Um, okay, so this higher arp, there's these two arps, and I feel like the one that's a little higher should come up more in the mix. The other one can actually come down a little bit, and I feel like this higher one should maybe come in just a little bit more. The other one maybe out just a little bit more. Just to help us kind of focus on the arp that's making me feel the best. You know what I mean? It seems to be kind of the driving force of the happy there. I feel like this tom fill toward the end can come up a little bit. In fact, the clarity on the drums, like the filter could maybe come up just a little bit as like a little swell while it is running across the drums. Yeah, yeah. Let's see. Shelf the low mids. It's kind of funny. It's more about the uh, emotional impact of the classic like 80s tom fill than it is the appropriateness of the level in the mix. Like if you go and listen to like the classic Phil Collins or the classic um gosh like Devo or something, like everybody kind of gave it a bit of a bit of a bump. There's something to it. Yeah, yeah. I think it's because it does something to us. That fill pattern, it lives on for a reason. Benjamin Rich, I really like that sound, Liv. It does live on. Thank you very much. Are you inclined to make more of this kind of stuff, or was this just something that just struck you and you ran with it? And how are the vocals happening? And I have questions. And also, how you doing? Happy Friday. All right, this one is Need Somebody featuring Cinder. Yeah, I think everyone enjoyed that one. Everyone's feeling good after that. All right, let's roll.
Sitting in the driver's seat in my car, 'cause I really need some privacy when I'm going far. Why text me in the night when it's all said and done? I thought we had something, but it turned into nothing. The spiders crawling on the wall, feeling inside me. Shadows whisper through the hall, nowhere to hide me. I know I'm the one. You know I need someone. 'Cause it's the way that you keep walking and talking around. I know you got some secrets walking around. I know you got some secrets that need to come out. Do I have somebody? I do need somebody. Do I have somebody? Yeah, I do need somebody. Yeah, I really wanna know. Oh, yeah. I really wanna know. Oh, yeah. I really wanna know. Oh, yeah. No, oh, yeah. No, oh, yeah. No,
Yo, I like this. The only thing that's bumping me in this, I think, is around the kick. And I think that it's actually a combination of the kick and the sticks. And that if you were to create a little bit more separation between the two and bring down the low frequencies of the kick in the sides, because it does feel pretty wide, and move those sticks a little bit away from the center and have them fill up that space a little bit more, I feel like that might be a better balance for you. The reason I say that is because it was kind of constantly pulling my attention. And there's this other stuff that's way more important in the mix, right? So I'd bring the kick down a little bit and then maybe make the swap and see what you think. I think it'd be easier to focus on the vocals and everything else that's happening, because it's a pretty good song. And it just has this kind of one distracting kind of element to it. I think your production quality is pretty great, and I think that you've got like a fully realized vision here, right? I don't see anything as like super glaring. I want to see what people are saying here in the chat. Yeah, I like the kick too. It's well, that's what it is that it is cool and it is interesting. It's just that it's being presented in a way that is it's needy. It's like attention grabby. Like, here's the singer, but here's this really cool thing. And it's like, I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool. Because it's a kick drum and it just kind of keeps announcing itself. And it is really cool. And it does have a really neat effect on you. So if you bring it down, it won't be pulling all of the attention to it. It'll still be really cool, but people will also then pay attention to the lyrics. So. All right, let's see here. Zensei says, kick feels a little misplaced. Liv says, I kind of like the understatedness of the drums. Roku says, yeah, stereo image on the kick is detracting from the focus of bottom end. Jacques says, I like the kick. Benjamin Rich says, I made the vocals, but would love to take this to the producer. Cute as fire. Hey, Fed. How you doing, man? Rokusai says, OhmLab can post the notes for you in the Discord of your track if you want, so you can send that to the producer. Track is cool. There's some slight tweaks that can be done to make it shine even more. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Syndromic, yeah. When someone says I made the vocals instead of I sang the vocals, you're like, wait a minute, is that AI? Now we got to think about what we're saying even more. Jacques says, this is a great song. Jeremy G. Viking, welcome in. Happy Friday to you too. Yeah, exactly. People who are not from an English-speaking country. Yeah, coming in here, doing their best, getting torn to pieces by us. All right, Cayenne. Cayenne's here. A little alien rave dance party. Shall we? This one's called Safe Room. Boke Nero! Excellent. We will keep an eye out for the SFX. Cayenne says, hello. I used AI to fully make everything in this. Please enjoy. Okay, let's see what you did. And the image, too. I like that it's inclusive. Like it's got a little like rainbow bong here with like maybe some kind of ashtray that was made in art class and
Bring it down.
Hey, what's up? It's Kesha. What's up, you guys? It's Nicki Minaj.
Give it up for
What's up, y'all? I'm Beyonce.
Raveaholics Radio. It's your girlfriend's favorite DJ. Ira Copeland in the mix.
No, I'm alone in my room. Every time I stare at the wall. On the floor, but who can you call? My down, one who live by the code. Put this music aside, get it in on the road. Lot of quiet time. Pink bottles of rose, exotic red bottles, so body glitter and gold.
I just wanna dance on me, dance on me. I just wanna dance on me. I just wanna dance on me, dance on me. Dance, bum, me. Fuck 'cause you asking pussy, bitches got signing, don't go push like please. What can I do for a fee? I'll shake a bitch down for a price and a weed. I'll shake a bitch down for a PM out. You right to your bitches, me and I. We just experience, I can just go. Put my damn head, shoot off a gun.
You're moving too fast, girl, you need to slow down.
Hey, get in my way and try to block me, I'ma show aggression. Slide on your block like Danny Glover with a lethal weapon. I fucked your thought, she gave me top, I guess that's my confession. Got no regrets, I made mistakes, but I learned from my lessons. Trapping by the stove, villains pull up to the coupe. My car ain't got no roof, thought this shit was bulletproof. I can feel my face, smoking on Gorilla Glue. Zooming in the coupe, that's the shit I like to do. These is yellow diamonds shining like I'm Pikachu. I'm a boss, nigga, get that bag and make the moves. No, I don't like the lose, so I'll be going in, yeah. I'm tryna cop a Benz, yeah. Pull up and drop like 10, yeah. You tryna chase the life, well, I'm tryna chase the Benz, yeah. She wanna fuck with friends, yeah. I gotta make the trends, yeah.
So you wanna play with magic? Boy, you should know what you're falling for. Baby, do you dare to do this? 'Cause I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Are you ready for a perfect storm, perfect storm? 'Cause what's your mind, what's your mind?
All my diamonds shine, 'cause they really dance. They be lying, they be really trying. They ask me if I'm lying. Got money on my mind. I look like I've been all that I've been.
that was a lot of bass. Turning back up now. Cayenne. That was a lot of bass. That was a lot of bass. That was an adventure. Okay, so I want to know. I got questions. Are you chunking this up? Are you asking? Are you like putting in your prompts and grabbing as many kind of individual stems as you can to maintain your clarity and coherence? Are you uploading content so you can get better output? Is that Suno, by the way? You were just kidding about that. Okay. I was going to say, you have so many things in here that you normally have. But it sounds like tuning into an AI radio station, but not quite landing the station. Baystrix, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. All right, Kyan. So now that we know this is all you, the only two things that stand out to me in this one are the luffs and then the extreme luffs. The extreme luffs at the end there. It's going to break people and things. I'm not sure which more of. It might break more speakers first. I don't know. It might break more people eventually. I don't know. It's tough to tell. It depends on how many people listen to it and how many times each person listens to it. There's probably a limit that... There's probably like a threshold. Yeah, you really had me listening, man. You had me listening. I'm like... It sounded like Kyan. Okay, but seriously, the money on my bass is pretty catchy. Like, that's pretty good. If you were to wrangle this all in and make this like mainstream acceptable levels so people could hear it like in some playlists, that I think people would probably appreciate that moment. That was definitely on the Saturday morning cartoon side of the spectrum for me, from you. Liv says, I thought it was pretty good, minus the Katy Perry and the obscene bass at the end. Bass. Oh, man. This is just taking me back to bass face and... Oh man, I miss our old commands, all of our old video clip commands. Oh, some really good ones. I can't hear you. The bass destroyed my hearing utensils. But like the bass part is just a mixing question. And Katie is just Katie. She's more of a meme now than a pop music star, I feel like. Oh gosh. I think you might be right at this stage. It really makes me wonder what people are going to be saying. Like, what is Katy Perry going to be doing 20 years from now in her career? Like, what kind of appearances is she going to be making? I'm kind of curious, because I feel that. I feel that, Liv. Yeah. Oh, okay. Jacques bought Arturia Pigments yesterday and made this track testing pads and leads. Ooh, okay. Now I'm stoked. This one's called Blue Haze. We took Pigments out for a test drive after the update. Was it week before last? Just for one stream. And then when I met up with Zev a few days later, we played around in it for a bit. Before we got pulled in different directions, and I haven't touched it since. But in my brief exploration of the new features, it's made me want to go play with it easily 10 times more than I wanted to play with it previously. So, for what it's worth. My thoughts on it. I'm glad that they're spending a little bit more time on the granular stuff, but also just the physical modeling thing is just wonderful. So, it's a good start. All right, let's listen to Blue Haze. Electron, let's play. Dude, what are you doing? Okay, I'll be quiet now. Sorry, Jacques. Happy Friday, though. All right. Yeah, this is definitely chair dance music. Absolutely. A little bit more separation between the synths, mostly the melodic synths. I think the lead is super fun, especially. I like the playful nature of it, but I think it can handle a little bit more active modulation. So if you were to explore the macros on it, or if this is one that you've created from scratch yourself, if you tether a few of your parameters to some macros, so it's easy to twist those knobs during playback, you can do this, right? So you can just record automation outside of what you've already laid down in the piano roll. So you don't have to go back and like rewrite anything or reperform anything. But if you do this with your hand on a knob, it's probably going to feel better ultimately than doing it with like the point and click method in automation. Either's fine at the end of the day, but it would be cool to get just a little bit of, a little more air here, maybe a little more drive here, maybe a little more detune here, maybe just a little bit more vibrato there, or whatever. And then the other thing is saturation on this thing in like throughout this mix, but saturation being delivered in swells rather than in constant measured strength, I guess. So that way it feels like there is this kind of responsiveness to the moment, and from one moment to the next, there's this feeling of like waxing and waning of energy and drive. And I think that if you do that, you're going to feel even more emotional impact from everything because you're going to have a lot more harmonic information colliding, just in general. Yeah, I like this. And I also like that you picked up pigments because I think it's going to do really well for you. I think you guys will be happy together. Yeah, exactly. What Rokusai is saying, automate your modulators so you can modulate while you modulate, man. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. I love you. Just saying. Liv says, this slaps. Electron Let's Play says, this is dope. Roku, this little side thread that we have going, we have a side mission happening in the chat right now where we're describing just the worst situation, like when you're sick and you're producing, if you're a vocalist or if you're an engineer. Oh man. Roku, especially terrible if you have a bad taste in your mouth too, and you have a cold and your ears are clogged and you're a vocalist trying to do your thing. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Vidal says, my friend is partially deaf vocalist that chooses to mix his own vocals, and I swear I have to help him tune his de-esser every time. I bet. Yeah, sure. Syndromic says, I give this 3 dancing gummies for very well done. Yeah, that's a good rating, I think. I think people like the Sponge Shock. Yeah, I don't have any complaints on this one. I just want a little bit more in a couple of spots. Yeah, it's good stuff. It also says, I made a song today for my girlfriend, Valentine's Day gift, and she knows I'm sick, so she's the only one who's ever going to hear that song, unless I decide to fix it up when I feel better. Yeah. Yeah. You're happy with pigments. Good. Good. Excellent. It sounds like you guys started off on the right foot. Definitely. Hey, Skinhead, how you doing? I am doing all right. And how are you? Happy New Year to you. Haven't seen you in a bit. Everybody's showing up today. It is so snowy here. How many people out there are currently snowed in? Just out of curiosity. We don't handle snow very well, so my kid we'll be having a minimum of a 6-day weekend. And I think over the next like 4 weeks or so, I think there's like 3 weeks off of school at that time too. So dude is scoring big time right now. He's so excited. How many out there are liking some snow? Caballo, welcome in. Zen is snowed in. Boke is snowed in. Yep. Electron Let's Play says snowy here in Germany the last couple of days too. Caballo is here. Z4. STP says no snow in my part of Texas. Oof. Yeah, it changes everything when you see it. It does look beautiful. That's true. Kind of changes the way that you feel on the inside when you're looking at it too, which is pretty fun. It's a nice effect. All right, let's listen, shall we? Let's go, Caballo. Respect the gazelle. Dude, love the aesthetic. I like the stopping point with your filters, your EQ. I think you could rough up that whole layer though, with a little bit of degradation. If there was just a little bit of warble, and the feeling of age, not just frequency restriction in there, I think it would feel a little bit more authentic. And if you played just a little bit with some variable tempo changes back there, like if you kept the affected like just bounce that whole layer of stuff as its own contiguous audio file, and then go in and make little tiny micro changes to the tempo of this thing during playback and bounce it again, and stick that behind your whole top layer, the stuff that isn't being filtered, and see what that feels like. I think it would feel really nice. It would take a couple of minutes of effort, but it would be worth it, I think. Really dig the sample. Love the playfulness of where you're going with this thing. Also, around 158, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, man, I like that stop that happens like right around 202 somewhere in there. Um, but I think just a couple other little things. They don't have to be big, but just a little bit more variation. So like if there was just like an open hi hat that was obviously a different hi hat. Um, um, yeah, some kind of a non sequitur, or something that kind of jumps out is like, whoa, hey, oh, okay, cool. So like maybe a different snare with like a tiny little like broken roll in there that's like chopped off. Um, yeah, maybe just a little bit more slicing. But other than that, like I really like this. I say other than that, like I don't like that. This is tasty. This is tasty. Yeah, bro. How you doing, man? Super Chris. um. Oh, Syndremic is saying, curious at wondering why someone would make something like OpenDAW, which is running in a browser. It's really resource heavy, right? Oh, so the answer would be that you can work on it from anywhere. So not everybody has access to a computer of their own. So like students at school or something could be working on something from anywhere, right? They go to a friend's house or they go to the library or something, they could log in, they could work on it, right? It kind of takes away a lot of the collaboration obstacles that exist within standalone DAWs. It's been attempted a bunch of different times in a bunch of different ways. I'm just kind of excited about this one in particular because of the mind behind it is all. We'll take a look here in a bit, I think. Let's see what everyone is saying. Oh, and also, Boknira, thank you so much for the gift subs going out. Everybody that just got gift subs, go make sure you grab subscriber rewards. You've got free sound pack. It's a bunch of dialogue samples. Just make sure that your Discord and your Twitch profiles are linked and you'll be granted access. Respect the gazelle yet again. Thank you, Boke. I appreciate you. I truly do. Happy New Year. Okay, so what is everybody saying? This is fun. Everybody's liking this. Whoa, Jin, welcome in. Ooh, yeah, Liv, just love the texture in general in this one. The snare, Roku says. Yeah, Caballo, absolutely. Thank you for making. Yeah, dig the aesthetic. It's very good. Folks says, I hope nobody's going to be mad that I sent so much sound effects. It's okay. It's okay. We are all growing here together, right? Syndremic from Rokusai says, well, the thing is that GPU can now be utilized from a browser, so you still have plenty of RAM to run processes without hogging the system, really. Yeah, it's true. And there's the effort to put something out there that is free and open for the sake of accessibility is huge. Is huge because of what it does to the competition, to the overall landscape of the or the soundscape, if you will, of the music production world, right? Because it forces other folks to take notice and then start making adjustments because inevitably there will be benefits to this stuff and there will be forward thinking ideas and innovations that people will take notice of and then they'll want those things for quality of life or capability. So all that stuff is so important. Access. Yeah, Roku. Many gazelles, such wow, much amaze. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty interesting just to see how it evolves. There, like I said, there's a bunch of other DAWs that have had their ups and downs online as well. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. I think that we are living in an age right now where people can contribute to big projects like this in ways that they simply could not before because not everybody even needs to understand code or even the concepts behind programming, which is aplenty. And it kind of, like, in the world and realm of AI, people can be assisted to have their voices brought to the table, their ideas brought to the table, and those things can translate to game-changing workflows, instruments, processes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of very badly programmed websites. That's true. That's very true, Roku. That's true. Yeah, there's a lot being done in browsers right now, and it's only going to get a lot more wild. And you got to remember that stuff like body tech is coming, ways in which we can interact with things online through browsers is about to fundamentally change in a bunch of ways. Shukatre. Shakrachi? Oh man, I'm having a tough time with this one. Welcome in, Shuk. Yeah, yeah, you can. You can run audio on a GPU, right? Yeah, it's pretty nice. All right, Ved, let's do this. Downfall, produced by Noisy. We'll go take a look at the OpenDAW thing in just a sec.
They all praying on my downfall. Who should I really be down for? They all say I'll fail my mission, that's a sound score. I'ma be top 5, but locked down 4. That's something you pussy people should stick around for. I'm a man on a mission, you can't stop my glisten. You ain't ever heard me out, so just stop and listen. They say I'm burnt out, but I'm driven to win. Difference is comparing me to God's a different sin. Been through some hardships, I've seen some dark shit. People say they understand my hurt, but disregard it regardless. Yeah, I found my goddess, she my world, she really the angel of catharsis. I ain't gon' lie, I don't know what I would do without her. She got this energetic type of love running throughout her. Put my happiness above her own superpower. But with everybody else, they all praying on my downfall. Who should I really be down for? They all say I'll fail my mission, that's a sound score. I'ma be top 5, but locked down 4. That's something you pussy people should stick around for. Sometimes I feel like I'm dreaming, cause I don't even see him. The man that I wanted to be is no longer believed in. Now I'm not even sure if I wanna be in. Cause I swear that they all praying on my downfall. Who should I really be down for? They all say I'll fail my mission, that's a sound score. I'ma be top 5, but locked down 4. That's something you pussy people should stick around for. I'm a man on a mission, you can't stop my glisten. You ain't ever heard me out, so just stop and listen. They say I'm burnt out, but I'm driven to win. Difference is comparing me to God's a different sin.
Yo, Vidal, I really like this. I think your flow is pretty golden. Can I just go back and listen to one spot here?
Type of love running throughout. I don't know what I would do without her. She got this energetic type of love running throughout her. Put my happiness above her own superpower. But with everybody else, they all praying on my downfall.
I kind of want just a little bit more high end being let through on the backing vocals. Like if you listen to this moment right here, it'd be cool if we could hear a little bit more of the S in the
Who
in
should
the
I
S.
really be down for? Angel of catharsis. I ain't gon' lie, I don't know what I would do without her. She got this energetic type of love running throughout her. Put my happiness above her own superpower. But with everybody else, they all praying on my downfall. Who should I really be down for?
And maybe even just a touch more presence at times. Like you might need like just a little bit of volume automation, because some of them feel like they're sitting at just the right spot. I'm speaking to the backing vocals here, but but some of those little chants and stuff feel like they could be up just a few dB. So I'd listen with a real critical ear on that. I don't want anything else really different on this. Always had people say there's too much, so maybe I overcompensate a little. Yeah, it's easy to do, right? I think the best thing to do for you is to go make changes and then step away from it for a bit and listen to it in a totally different setting. Like listen to it at someone else's house on a system that you don't normally listen on, and listen to both and see what you think. Listen to both. I really like the vibe, though. I really like the vibe. We're going to jump over here really quick and just take a look at something. There's a new online DAW that's coming online right now, or I guess probably over the past couple of weeks or whatever. And I'm kind of stoked to see where it goes. We've been talking about it in the chat just off to the side. The reason why is because a lot of people have attempted stuff like this in the past, and it hasn't always worked out. But this is a different approach. It's a different person leading the charge, and I think that it has the ability to really, really go somewhere and kind of push things in a different direction. And as someone who's helped build a DAW and other tools, I think that yeah, I think it's worthy of bookmarking and watching. I just want to take a quick little peek here. Polarity put something out, huh? This looks a little salesy, but I'm going to go ahead and I want to skip that. Thank you.
Hey folks, welcome back to another video. Today I'm excited. It is completely open and free for everyone. Keep things open and free. Open and not just about making money. I knew from the start that I wanted to be involved and zoom out.
The bad news, you only have 24 hours a day. The good news?
The good news, I can skip this ad.
You can make this clip longer, right? So when you have this at this position, you can see it, then it's looping, and then you can zoom in and scroll around. Then we have here something like a mixer section. So when I hit play, so this is the master fader here. We can also rename already, change the BPM. Different than in Bitwig, you have to choose basically here this device, and then you can add an audio effect after this device or a MIDI effect in front. So you can add here an arpeggiator, you can delete this, or you can use an audio effect. At the moment, there are only 3.
All right, well, I will keep this open in my browser. I'm not going to make you guys watch the whole thing with me, but just kind of stoked to see where this project ends up going for him. I'm not sure exactly when Oak Nero tossed his stuff up into the DMs here. Let's just check here. Okay, so we'll do it right after this one then, because that's right in between these two. So Jeremy, you're up. Germicide. This one's called I'll Still Come. Oh no.
you want me to.
I love, love, love the vibe of this one. The textures in here are great. I want more texture on this big bass, but the textures are great. I think if you had a ghost, like, did that even just happen? Like a subliminal little riser that happens around 44 or so, right before that transition. Hats down a little bit, and I think the secondary hats should probably fall just under the main hat. It feels like they're kind of equal loudness, or the perception of them is almost equal loudness. So I'd bring those down just a little bit, so there's kind of a hierarchy there. Really, really love this long stop. Really good. Really grabs the attention. Yeah, it very much kind of puts you in control of the entire thing. It's good. So this bass is super nasty. I just want there to be like more bite to it, more definition and crunchy griminess. As it's sliding down, I want to hear like, I just want it all. I want to feel it, not just hear it, you know? Roku says, oh, I want a bit more crunch on that bass. So Roku agrees. Liv says, vibey, like it. Sav says, crunch up them drums. Love the musicality of this, Roku Sai says. Lizard says, this is so cool. With some vintage tape saturation over it if you're going for a noir jazz type thing. Ooh, yeah. Oh no, Centremic is trying the open dot thing, but it's crashing for him. Yeah, that sucks. Might need a couple of years to get really good. Yeah. Roku Sai says, parallel reverb bus and then crush that bus on the bass. Ooh, there you go. Yeah. There you go. Crunchy. And I hear what Saf is saying too, wanting a little bit more texture on those drums. That was a good track. I want to hear this one when it's done. All right, we're going to bounce over here to these sound effects from Boca Nero really quick, because we will give you feedback on sounds, not just music as well. So if you are out there wondering how in the world can I make my sounds better, bring them here. All right, let's look at these. And there's no notes on these first couple, right? Okay. Such good input. Oh, excellent. Glad it all vibes with you, Jeremy. Good stuff. I like everything I'm hearing in this one. I think there could be a little bit more change over time with volume, like proximity stuff, if you get back to the beginning here. Like that could have felt like it was starting further away and then whipping towards you with a great deal of velocity, and I feel like it would really be kind of felt more. And then more elemental representation here with fire. So just the feeling of fire. And you know what I've had good luck with previously is fire dancers. They've got those sticks they spin. You can grab a recording of that fairly easy, like from a video or whatever. There's also, if you just kind of want to play around with it, you could put like some wax on some cardboard, like take a tin, like a canned food tin, right? And cut a piece of cardboard, like a piece off of a cardboard box, right? And then roll it up and put it into that tin so it's kind of level, right? Tuck it in there and then pour some wax over that. Let that thing cool down, dry, or like solidify, right? You've basically got like a little Bunsen burner there now, right? And you've got some width there. And so once you ignite that thing, it's going to stay lit similar to how gel fuel will. So if you have a string on this thing, you can whip this around and get really, really great recordings. And then you can use that for a whole bunch of different applications, especially in video game stuff, like for elemental applications like this. But if you get some more elemental vibe going with this thing, then I think this whole scene really slays. Respect the gazelle. This is good. Welcome in, and thank you so much, Mr. Load. All right, let's do this one. This is aggregate sound redesign with Roy Vex. All right, so this one felt pretty good. I feel like more environmental presence, like representation would be good. So like as he spins up the lawn here, like around here, right there, that's an opportunity for you to put in the sound of something like rolling across the ground type of a thing, right? It'll add to the feeling of propulsion and kind of ground this to the scene a little bit more. So whatever kind of surface you're on, if this is grass, then you know you could probably just you know what would sound kind of cool is if you took like a plastic rubber trash can, just an empty one, like a new one, right? Just empty with a lid on it, and just rolled it across someone's lawn or like down a small slope. That sound layered in with something like this would probably sound really cool. It'd be kind of clunky, and you could EQ it just right, give it a nice little surface texture. Okay, so this one has got a few different things happening here. It's a sound redesign collab. It's got Boke Nero, Roy Vex, both in here. This one right here. Okay, cool. Let's do this one full screen here. Yo, okay, so this whole thing is really good. It's tight. I think that you guys have your noise-based sound design on lock. I think what I'd love to hear in all of this is supportive FM synthesis, right? Really clever and unique, weird, abstract, highly textured, but tonal. You know, a lot of this stuff is so abstract and atonal and very noise based, right? There are these cool, shiny, harmonic bits at times which really, really stand out. They all of that resonance and stuff really sparkles. So what I'm talking about is underline, like an undercurrent to a lot of these different things, giving them like a tonal voice, each one having a slightly different type of character. And then as you're moving through these longer sequences, the different things stand out from each other a bit more because there's just more separation, you know? But incredible sound design, and the timing is really good. Like the timing I feel has gotten even tighter. Yeah. Yeah, and what a cool scene as well, right? Electron Let's Play. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so yeah, Dash a Tunnel FM would be really cool. And I think the nice thing about FM specifically is that you can keep it so abstract, right? You can have sound design sessions that are completely separate from all of this, and you're really just searching for cool. Like you can find ways to align that because it is so abstract entirely, and so much of the driving force behind the sound design here already is so abstract. It gives you so much power, right? It's like you're dealing with cartoons, you know what I mean? It can be anything. So that's kind of the beauty of it. And getting into those non-integer spaces with FM synthesis is where all the lovely magic happens. So Alex Norman Music, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. All right, we've got a loading screen effects here. This one. Okay, so the initial onset, I do like the full-bodied mechanical, but then after that, I think we can maybe dial it down on the big kind of subplosive presence. So imagine this, if you will. Again, that part is exactly right. But now, when this harmonic element comes back here, if it could just be like, maybe half as much as it is now, and you could have another layer in here that can be harmonically aligned with it. It can be a drone element, and as that comes up, the volume can come down on the mechanics, and I think that would be super, super choice, right? It's kind of like having your peak attack being different than your sustain level in your ADSR in a synth, right? It kind of just gives a little bit more body. All right, Boca's saying another sound design collab. This took 3 months, and I'm telling you right now, he made everything super loud and over exaggerated. And I guess that's the meaning of an aggregate sound redesign. We didn't follow any rules. We just tried to imagine how this anime fight would sound like. Our names will pop up at the top depending upon whose sound effects are playing. He also made the soundtrack just for this. Only listen to the 5-minute mark, since the second half of the video is sound effects only. Do not recommend full volume. Okay, good. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah. Rokusai is saying OhmLab variation per cycle would work well. Yes, absolutely. Round robining in general. If we bring down my volume here in advance just a little bit, and I'll bring down your volume in advance just a little bit here. And sorry if that's a little bit too much, but we'll start here. DJ Clomber, welcome in. We're doing well. Happy Friday to you. We're back to music in just a moment. Yo, okay. Number one, really nice work. I think you did really well with a few different things, like the energy field one, where everything was kind of sparkling, swirling around in the background. That one was really nice. There's a bunch of different ones. The really long, winding down bass guy was just really great. This one had a lot more tonal synth support in it. I also see that it was like really kind of exhausting for some folks early on in regards to just the overall impact of everything. Before I forget, I'm going to turn my volume back up here so I'm not caught off guard later. So here's what I would suggest in here, because I think there's a lot of really good stuff, and there's also quite a bit that I agree with coming from the chat, just as far as like the fatiguing nature of it. And now, preface this by saying this is probably one of the more over-the-top fight scenes I've seen in an anime. It is truly apocalyptic on just profound levels. Okay, so that said, I think what I would do in working in a scene like this is kind of map it out in advance and say, these are the types of sounds that I can use for these types of actions. They're off limits for other types of actions. There were a lot of different things that appeared on screen, and when they appeared on screen, they got a very similar sound as to one of the major attacks. And I found that to be kind of incongruent with the whole thing, because those attack sounds are so over the top huge that how could anything else have anything even close to it? So what I would do is take away a lot of the high transient impact sounds for a lot of the underpinning stuff, a lot of the supportive stuff, and leave the high velocity, high intensity, like peak sounds for the attacks and the hits specifically. And then that will help create more separation between things. The other thing is the distortion in general. For by and large, the majority of this feels as though it's being applied en masse to everything. And I think it can be done more strategically. So not all of the sub-frequencies are being distorted to the same level that the frequencies around 1K are, right? So using targeted saturation and distortion on things instead of holistic or all-encompassing full spectrum distortion will help. The other is just volume, like loudness management, and knowing that the big over-the-top moments are going to happen, and those should have like a certain loudness tier in your mixing. Everything else needs to come in under that. So nothing could ever be as loud as one of those things. So that way those things have their impact protected, right? Now, some of the visuals might seem as though they demand more, but you still kind of have to maintain the alignment with, the biggest things having the most impact. So like a little bit more grouping in your volume mixing would probably help. But probably can't stress enough the importance of having unique character voices or sound design for these different objects and characters, right? That way, when they do shine really brightly, it's kind of unique to them and all of it. And that will reduce a lot of the fatigue, the repetition fatigue, because we're not hearing the same noise. We're not hearing the same synth each time. We're hearing quite different ones. So that's what I would probably pour the most effort into on the next one, is trying to become more unique and like character driven for each thing. And then the loudness staging in groups, right? Making sure that each thing is being kind of prioritized based upon in level of maximum intensity possible, right? Oh, nice. You and Royvex are making a sample pack right now for sound design. Nice. Let's see what people are saying in here. DJ Klomber, welcome in. Hannah, how are you? Lots of boom. I give this one 5 big booms, says Lysergix. Yeah. Roku says, I like the initial sound ideas, but I think everything is so crunched. I would love some more sounds that are clear and pristine. It comes across as a wall of crunch. The composition is nice. This area with the music is nicer and clearer. Some folks are saying, yeah, Saf is saying he's kind of feeling it from the crunch as well. Rokusai says, and the amount of low end would totally ruin a cinematic experience. The subs would be rumbling all the time. The dialogue would be totally overshadowed. IMAX for cinema, you can only have a few elements that dip into the sub range, and sparingly so. The sub drops become very unique moments. Yeah, I would agree with this. Using the sub for accenting. Rumble in the theater systems is like way out of control right now. I just went for, we rented a room at a theater for my kid's birthday party a couple of weekends ago. And all of the previews, it was basically a rumble that was happening from the beginning of the first preview all the way through to the beginning of the movie, which was several minutes. And it was really, really just over the top. It was like this rumble happening for no reason. So people do tire of it over time. And using it sparingly makes it so much more impactful when it does happen. So kind of going through and storyboarding your sound design before you begin putting sounds in there oftentimes will help you adhere to a hierarchy of intensity that really makes sense when everything is done. So, yeah, yeah. Boke says, Saikatsu's sound style is basically ear rape. Yeah, right? Lysergix is asking about samples and presets. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so the way that DBZ does their sound is a very good benchmarks. Sound designers behind that series are mental. Yeah, I think that just the watching the over-the-top impressiveness of anime in general takes us to this heightened kind of extreme sense realm already. So it's really easy to just want to pour more constantly. But really, the biggest impact is going from less to more. So that's really it. All right, and then to end the bulk Neuroween, here's the upcoming collab with Queso. It's the weird track. This is the weird track I was talking about last stream, about the detuned off-key guitars and all that. One label is interested in this, though. Ooh, yes. Okay, let's listen. This has got the OhmLab name on it. This is cool. I like this constant juxtaposition kind of feeling. And yeah, I like the loose, off-tune, jangly kind of guitar thing that you base the whole thing around. It makes it fun. It makes it feel like, you know what? Screw perfect. Let's just have fun. You know what I mean? So, hands up. Screw the rules. Yeah. I like this. I like the transitions. You know what I really like about this? I think my favorite juxtaposition about the entire thing is the kind of perfection juxtaposed with the imperfection, right? The perfection being the clarity and the quality of the mix. Like the production quality of this is really ace. I think the offbeat hat can come down a bit, so there's more separation there. I think also a little less low end in the sides of the mix, especially on those keys. I felt like they were a little bit forceful. Yeah, I feel like this needs a new, like this deserves its own genre name. You know, like there's new disco and new jazz. What about new mash? Love the little bird whistle in there. That was great. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of stuff in the kind of pop to hip hop pop electronica mashup world where you're hearing multiple tracks being layered, and it's yeah. Bird whistle is Twitter. Yeah. Yeah, some good stuff, man. New mash. New mash. All right. We are going to switch away from Bulk Neuro Radio. Thank you, Bulk Neuro, by the way. Bulk Neuro. And we are going to jump back into the mix with Kerr. I am going to hit pause for just a moment, though. We're going to hit play on this background music. And I'm going to go hit the bathroom, and then I'll be right back. We'll see if this is about the right level for all of this stuff. And I'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere. Yo, I'm back. How about this for the polar opposite? of all that lovely, loud music we've been hearing today. I was in a chillaxed state of mind this morning. It's snowed here quite a bit, so I was staring out the window at the snow, making some sort of hazy, weird stuff this morning. Where are we? We're with Kurt. We're with Kerr. Let's do this. This one's called Murderer. Divisor 1 million. It is you.
Before this begins, I just want to say shout out to my boy Ricky.
Yes, a big up Fred Irie.
Why did you choose me? I'm innocent, so tell me how girls you stabbed me in my heart, so girl, why can't I eat? You took the wheel and now you driving me to jail. I never understood why you seem so complete. You look beautiful, girl, you're covered in deceit. You took my heart, you let it drown, you let it sink. I often ask myself, why did you murder me? I often ask myself, why did you murder me, you know? We could have had something special if you agreed, you know. But now that's gone and this boy feels so damn egregious. But I still hear your voices haunting me religious. Do you know what is love? You won't find it in no clothes. I tried to share what I have, but you took it and just shrugged. Why did you choose me? I'm innocent, so tell me how just you stabbed me in my heart, so girl, why can't I eat? You took the wheel and now you driving me to jail. I never understood why you seem so complete. You look beautiful, girl, you're covered in deceit. You took my heart, you let it drown, you let it sink. I often ask myself, why did you murder me? One step, follow more. 2 steps, 3 steps, can we get 4? 5 steps, almost had more. Caught myself marching to your song. Descend, descend, girl, you're a demon. I tried to say you mistook you for moves and pretend I can't comprehend. You're playing games and you said this is amusing. Running, ducking, vampire blood sucking. Are you a gun? Cause baby that body busting. I've been all in, you left me with nothing. I swear you should be in jail, cause girl, you're a murderer. Why did you choose me? I'm innocent, so tell me how just you're you stabbed me in my heart, so girl, why can't I eat? You took the wheel and now you driving me to baby, you're a murderer. Baby, you're a shout out to Fred Irie.
Yo, Kerr, this is dope. This is dope. The strings on the right, like if you have control over that, if those can come down, that'd be great. At the end, in the outro there, they felt like they were great. So it's just in the intro. Vocals are great. I think the lead vocal that's soloed at 103, I think it can have just a little bit more reverb on it. The guitar is in a super sweet spot. I love the pace of this. It's so well delivered. Like if you can bring down those strings, if you can touch that vocal with just a little bit more verb, I feel like you're hitting all the sweet spots. This is good. This is good. I want to hear more. Can't do anything to the instrument. Screw it then. Get this thing out. This is great. This is good stuff. I want to hear more. Had a really, really solid vibe. Feeling good after hearing that. That's good stuff. Bastrix. I was staring at this almost the entire time we were listening to that last song. Frogs, man. This frog swallowed a person, yeah. That person is now just a hand. Man. To be swallowed by a frog. It's rated PG too, like it. What a way to go.
Frogs lay hundreds of millions of eggs each year. What if they all hatched? American International Pictures presents Frogs. Today the pond, tomorrow the world.
Yes!
Frogs lay hundreds of millions of eggs each year. What if they all hatched? American International Pictures presents Frogs. Today the pond, tomorrow the world.
Can I give you an outro idea here? I think that this needs to end in a croak, and it needs to be more succinct in the ending. Like, we might just get eaten by the frog in the end, like a and a at the end or something. Like, this ribbit bass, croak bass, frog bass. I don't know what we're going to call it, but it's going to live on in all of our memories forever. Can you release this? Is this released now? Have you done it yet? People are going to share this track so many times. Seriously, you see this in your feed, you're going to be like, what? My friends have got to hear this. Frockulators. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, I do the sound when Comtench eats you in League. It's trauma-based as well. Frogalicious. That was fun. Yeah, I hear you about the spicing it up. Like, I love this as it is already. Like, there's part of me that says, don't touch it, just release it. And then the other part of me is like, yeah, this can get even more frogalicious. Like, can you imagine? I want a couple more samples in here. I want there to be like a kid saying, I'd like the frog legs, please. And there be like a guy saying, what'll it be, kid? Like right before that. You know what I mean? And like, and then maybe like there's a sample of a little girl saying like, oh, look, a frog or something at one point, like right before it, rawr, right? So like a couple little touches would be great. This feels like a comic book come to life is what it kind of feels like. Yeah, just fully lean into the theme. Yeah, exactly. And plenty of environmental samples to really get the visceral feelings across, you know, a few little mucky sounds of like, you know, yeah. What choice do you have? Yeah, you cannot turn back now. Tasty frogs until they attack. Those frog legs were delicious, though. Gabriel! Let's see what Gabriel's cooked up. This one's called Endless Blank. More trailer action. We're going to go fill our ear holes with just awesomeness. It's going to be so good. So good. Oh, you're here. Good. I was just looking in the chat to see if you were here. It tastes kind of like chicken. Ah, Jinx syndromic. All right, let's do this.
Whatever makes you happier, down. It's not easy when this black. Someone scratch the sky to see. The falling snowflake and what else? Have you ever seen a black? You look hungry. Is it a price? We got
Okay. So, Gabriel, this is great. I feel like there's more dynamic freedom in the intro here than some of the more recent stuff you brought by, which it's been a minute, so Happy New Year to you, homie. Hope you're doing well over there. Although, when we get to the big peaks over here, we can kind of feel that we are getting a fair bit of compression still on the totality of it. I think it's the drive of the limiter that's doing this. So it'd be really great to hear this become even more naked, like even less downward compression, more upward kind of expansiveness. Just so the peaks that we are hearing are closer to the real peaks, and not something that has actually been reduced to where it is now. Or rather, the sound is up here, but the ceiling that it ran into is down here somewhere. I guess that's a better way of saying it. Okay, so at 57 seconds, it'd be cool. I mean, maybe not a subtle bell toll. As soon as I started typing this, I was like, well, that's kind of cliche. It would feel really great here, but it could also just be like little added saturation crescendo with a touch of feedback. But it'd be cool to get like just a slight bit of tonal brightening in there. And then here at 22 seconds and at 35 seconds, so these would be kind of alternating peaks here, but having just a little bit more sustain on the orchestral instruments there. Just a little bit more, so it hangs on just a little bit longer in those couple of moments there. It'd be cool to also cut more into volume before this drop happens here, because this does kind of creep up, and when you're looking at it, it is very kind of linear here, but it'd be cool if it was a little bit less linear here, and it made a more drastic jump, right? So if this noise floor right here all kind of came down to about here, so a reduction of about this much if you're looking at my mouse right now on the screen. Yeah, I feel like tuning was like kind of the thing on display here. There was so many different interesting chords and the vocal tuning at the end there. There's just a lot of kind of tension almost brought through this. Yeah, pretty epic indeed, right, Zen? Yeah, some good stuff, man. It's really good to hear you. Let's hear what other people are saying. Roku's saying, I think the church organ can come up a bit. And the brass a little bit. Electron Let's Play says, Mr. Load says, I want to play piano so badly over this. Syndromic says, why is this so pretty? Electron says, weird chords. So unsuspected. Syndromic says, feels compressed though? Vocals a little hot in places, Olivia says. And Roku says, yep, it's the limiter biting into the mix a bit. Yep. Hey, Blackberry's here. Happy Friday, Blackberry. Blackberry saying, I think, hi all, and I think all that upper spectral distortion is killing your depth of field and sense of drama. A lot of cool detail is getting lost. Maybe have that distortion be a velocity amplitude triggered effect so that it gets crunchy when this gets bananas. As is, it kind of sounds a little like overloaded hardware. Yamaha R1000 reverb. Omi knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, there is, happy Valentine's. There is this, it's like a fervor that you can feel. It's like this overexcitement that you can feel that's coming from that extra drive, from that limiting, right? I think it's really, it's like a coherence thing, right? There's so much happening that if left alone at its normal levels, everything would just be like, ah, this is so great, I just want to turn it up. But when you turn it up in advance for us, it becomes a little bit too much. It tells you itself that it's reached a limit and it's going past that limit. I think that's what that is that you're feeling there. A little less of the compression. I think it feels better. This is freaking epic. I love this one. I love this one. I like that this is the first one that I get to hear from you this year. All right. Jay. This one's called Standing Cover.
Standing next to you, play me slow. Push up on this funk and give me a miracle. Make it known how we left the ride is something we control. Screaming, I testify this loving. Screaming, I testify that we'll survive the test of time. They can't deny your love. That can divide us. We'll survive the test of time. I promise I'll be right here. Standing in the fire next to you. You know it's deeper than the rain. It's deeper than the pain. It's deep like DNA. So they can take away. Take off. Standing next to you. Standing next to you. Standing next to you. Afterglow, leave your body go. The light, the sun, and the moon. You are right. You know that screaming, I testify this loving. Screaming, I testify that we survive the test of time. They can't deny your love. They can't define. Let's go. We'll survive the test of time. I swear that I'll be there. Standing next to you. Next to you. Standing in the fire next to you. Next to you. Hey, you know it's deeper than the rain. It's deeper than the pain. It's deep like DNA. So they can take away. Hey, take off. Standing next to you. 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 Bass and drums. Standing next to you.
All right, dude, this is a great track. There's so much good energy here. Volume levels, like a fair bit of getting this thing to the next level is going to be volume mixing and EQ. And put an EQ on every single thing in your project and start taking out as much of the low end frequencies as you can out of the elements that they don't really need to be there for. Like, for instance, the crowd ambience. It's a little bit loud, and also it can have a fair bit of the low end taken out. When it's present around the same time as the music, in any way, it's kind of obfuscating. They're both obfuscating each other, right? They're getting in each other's way. So for the whole project, roll the low end cutoff up to about 55 hertz, 12 dB per octave. less subfrequencies in the kick, less subpresence in the vocals. Just kind of go through and roll up where you can the low end of things in general. They can look like this, or like this, or like this, or maybe something just needs the lowest subfrequencies taken out, and then you can use a subtle shelf to kind of shape the rest up to the midway point or something like that. You don't have to actually truncate all of your sounds entirely, but try to shave off and be efficient with your low end frequencies wherever and however possible. And then that will make the elements that really do need to stand out in that range sound even better. The bass will be really full. You won't need to feel as though you need to turn it up quite as much as it is. And then everything else can kind of simmer down in the mix as a result of that. Watch low end presence in your reverb. Make sure that on your reverb channel that you've always got an EQ right after to make sure that you're not allowing all frequencies back in. Make sure that the lowest and the highest have been taken out so they don't become taxing or become cumbersome in the mix. Really great energy, very upbeat, very like dance floor, happy, clappy, hands up in the air kind of music. It's good stuff. I think people would keep this one in their playlists if you get it sounding right. The mix and the vocals seem disconnected. Like the vocals definitely should be the main kind of top tier element here, the most prioritized anyway. So I'd back off the loudness in the mix and keep the vocals up. I clean up the low end. It's a good track. Yeah, everyone is kind of saying the same thing here. Ooh, Blackberry, making some good stuff today, huh? Nice. Nano says, big weekend, Mars vibes here. Yeah. Vocals not processed yet, but solid. Mix is much louder than the vocals. I agree. Has that Pharrell touch too. Yeah. Sounded like a lot was clipping. Yep, I agree with that too, Mr. Loud. Tom yells at me if I do cuts instead of shells. Okay, so Blackberry's saying, Jay, you're approaching this as a rock mix. Consider treating this, yeah, absolutely. I'd consider treating this more as a funk mix, which I think would help demonstrate how punchy the playing is, as funk tends to have a tighter sound. For example, the horn stabs, fills wouldn't be so spread out. Toms and drums in general would also be tighter sounds. If you're trying to give this a live in the venue feel, decide how big the venue actually is and where the listener's position relative to the source, and try to emulate the room, because this is a little confusing to the ear. Yeah. Volume mix, make sure that your crowd ambience is coming down sooner when the music is coming in. It doesn't actually have to be quite as forced. The live vibe comes through with just a little bit. So anything above a more natural state is always going to be kind of called out by our brains. We can't really help ourselves. So toms are the drums. The drums, not the snare and not the kick drum, but the other drums in the drum kit. Oh, Ben. Such a chill guy, that Tom. Lysergics. Let's see who else we got here in the chat here. All right, if you're sitting there wondering if you should drop a link or not, now is the time to do it, because we are about to close the queue so we can get through all the people that are still in it, waiting to be heard. This one is Lysergics. And who I see, it's called Mimic. Oh yeah, absolutely. You are not. No, there are no bad questions here, homie. Missed your link. Wait a minute. Did I just go past yours? Oh, I did. I did. Sorry about that. All right. Shukra Tray. Sorry about that. Let's do this.
Cupid shot me with a 12-gauge shotty. I really used to love somebody. Now I'm broken, I can't help nobody. I really miss my time with body. If you want me to be honest, my time perfect timing. Flights from here to there, ended up on someone's island. Don't really do designer, don't really need a driver. My blinders were on, I could not yell. Hell. All on your sleeve and I see it. Moving off these meds got me leaning. Pain barely breathing. Opportunity calls, I'm gon' seize it. Don't fumble the bag cause we need it. Doubling up this season. Pocket steady leaking. She ain't used to this treatment. Right now love I'm leasing. Honestly I don't need it. Different when I'm speaking. Some do it for no reason. Step out in a recent. Try my best to look decent. Exotic flavors at leisure. Had to put down them sleepers. She was far from a keeper. Still thinking that I need my new one's there when I need her. Trying my best to please her. You lying about the truth. I see pain all on you. Get me out of this slump. Baby, I blew them bucks again. Never just once. Tell me how to give love again. Broken too much. Hopefully we can start again. You're the one that I need to help me stop this bleeding. Cupid shot me with a 12-gauge shotty. I really used to love somebody. Now I'm broken, I can't help nobody. I really miss my time with body.
All right, I'm going to talk through this one. This all sounds pretty good, but there are a couple of things I think that can help kind of clean it up. Saturation can help you find a little bit more fullness in your mix, but there's also a couple of elements kind of lurking in the mix here that are kind of problematic. One of them is this distorted ARP. You can hear it more clearly toward the end of the track. So I would EQ that to be tighter. It sounds to me like there is a fair bit of low-end presence in that we're not really hearing as much as we are feeling. I also think that there are some frequencies being allowed through in the reverb channels that don't need to be. You can shrink down the overall EQ of the reverb channel, and that will help clear things up as well. And then I think that the mix of the music mix feels a little squashed compared to the vocals. So I feel like you can probably back off the compression just a little bit, and you're going to reclaim some of those peaks, and it's going to feel like it's a little bit more full and like it can be a little bit more loud than it is. But definitely go through and look for guys like this noise ARP in there. And see if there's other stuff that's kind of busy frequency-wise in areas where they don't really need to be. And if you can curtail some of that, kind of manage the busyness, then a lot of the other sounds are going to sound more clear in this mix. You'll have a little bit more power to all of it, I think. Liv would smash Mr. Dorsey in the face. Oh my goodness. The vocal relationship between the main and the backing is a bit off. Nano and Syndromic are both calling it out in the chat, saying that the backing vocals need to be sidechained so it dips off the main vocal and hats. 808 can come down. Yeah, I think if you were to tame the low end in this, I mean, from the 808s all the way up through to the noise ARP, you're going to get your clarity. And here you go. So BlackBerry's talking about some phase stuff here. Your bendy melody and bendy vocal effects are shifting across essentially the same frequency band and often in opposite directions, creating a slight non-complementary pitch warble. That makes it a little extra noticeable is the tone of the hat is also in this region that acts as a centering pitch to the ear, making things complex, the frequency region. Download the instrumental off of YouTube. Vocals are sitting on top of the full beat. Okay. Yeah, so the sidechain thing isn't really going to be very applicable here because the beat is just one individual track. Yeah. Syndromic. Flu beats are the worst. They're always sick. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so you can't clean up the mix too much on this one because you don't have control over the individual elements of this. So, I mean, this is probably about as good as you're going to get this one. In future ones, what you want to look for is something that provides a little bit more clarity to the ear so it's not pulling us away from your vocals. That's really kind of the main thing here, right? The beat that you found is a good match for your vocals. If you're listening to it on its own, you can hear some of the weirdness and warbliness in it, which is an attractive quality. But then when you go to spit over the top of it, it quickly becomes apparent that there's just kind of a difference in quality and stuff. So what you want to look for is something that has a level of clarity to it, even with the headiness that you're looking for. So what I would do for future productions is do a little bit more shopping around by way of looking at producers that you really appreciate. Like their quality is just super top notch. They're some of the people that you really respect in this space. And try not to listen to the vocals in those productions and just tune into very specific qualities about that backing mix, about the beat itself, right? What are the things that are really, really working for you? And then when you go and you find a track that's kind of similar, right? You're attracted to all the same kind of things. Stop and compare it to the one that the other producer was using, right? And see if it kind of stands up in clarity and definition, because those are a couple of things that you really need to translate. That's good, Dad. Nicely played, Dad. That's funny. Yeah, you could try to stem the tracks out to see if you could make the adjustments. But yeah. BlackBerry says, when you're trying to learn to be a better mixer, concentrate on the edges of the sounds. And it sounds to me like you're probably not actually mixing these beats to begin with. So I would say the next step after just curation of sounds, of beats, right, finding the better beat kind of thing, is partnering up with someone, right? When you do find a beat that you like, maybe reach out to that person and say, like, hey, what's your deal? Would you be willing to collab? Because if I could get stuff made custom, then this would be pretty sweet. It's kind of the next step, I think. Absolutely. Absolutely, BlackBerry. Okay, now we're really going to Lysergics for the reals this time. For real this time. Okay, so Lysergics and Who I See. This one's called Mimic. Hello. Let's do this. BlackBerry, take care, homie. Happy Valentine's Day.
Do it like this. Like this. Do it like this. Like this. Do it like this. Do it like
All the bases were made from scratch, actually, and most of the fills. I will just say that OnlyPans would be a great freaking label name for just like fully based sound design. I'm just gonna say, just freaking love that. Love that. Okay, so Lysergics, this is a really, really, really good example of building around the sample experience. Like when and where and how you drop the sample really informs everything that's happening. It's lovely. It's lovely. Yeah. So let me show you what to do. The brain melting bass. Just like the, the unabashed seeking of bass face from people. Yeah, not holding back. I love it. I do think that parts of it felt like it was being held back a bit by compression, and I think that yours is a really good example of music that really benefits from compression in the sound design portions of the production process more than your music benefits from it. You're getting more surface texture and nuanced detail out of the individual tracks within your music through your compression, and I think you're doing a really good job of it. That said, I think that at times your overall mix is being hurt by compression, especially with the amount of low-end frequencies that become dominant and end up triggering downward compression on sounds that don't need to be compressed in those moments. So a couple of these issues can be cleaned up by doing batch processing, where you're taking elements out of those processing mixes, or you start to use either more onboard controls of your compressor where you can filter out a range of frequencies down low so those big mountainous peaks are not triggering your compression earlier than it needs to be, or to the degree that it needs to be, or switch compressors and find one that will allow you to do that. You could do this a few different ways. It really comes down to personal taste and what you're getting out of your tools and what you like and what you don't like about it. But something is happening here that can't be denied, which is you can hear an audible kind of ducking in brilliance and luster of the mix when bass goes boom in some cases. So just taking that boom out of that equation is probably the better way to handle that moment. That way you get more of the full spectrum sound from each of those camps of players. Really love the kind of playfulness and creativity around your fills, around your builds. It's good stuff. I really like the palette. All the bass. But your texts sound like FL. How can you possibly be in Ableton? You sound like you're in FL. Oh my goodness. Far horizon. Walking in the door. Oh, Father Lord, hear me out. Lysergics, thank you, dude. That was awesome. Waffle Sticks. Waffle Sticks is a great name. And you're up next. We are about to close the queue here, I think. And we're going to keep listening to Waffle Sticks. Waffle Sticks. Far Horizon says, hello, y'all. Forgot to say that. Syndromic says, Waffle Sticks is my favorite person in the chat already. I mean, with a name like this, come on. Come on. It's ridiculously awesome, right? All right, let's check it. Riot Tech. This one's called Death.
I do not rest.
Yeah, I dig it. It's like death funk or something. Oh wait, hold on a second. Wanting a little more subtle variation already at 49 seconds, maybe just little reversals or something. I like the reload and cocking rhythmic element that you've got there. I like the panning that you're doing using the stereo spectrum. I like the vocal down instead of filter down. Like I like the clarity that you're getting out of your vocals, which isn't always found in funk, right? So that's cool. I was thinking it'd be nice to hear it up just a touch in a couple of spots, but then I was thinking actually maybe if we just duck it based upon the deep choral sample, the deep vocal sample that we keep hearing. All right, flip that, right? You'd be ducking the deep vocal sample by your main vocals. Set that backwards. Other than that, I like this. It's just got it. I feel like it needs just a little bit more variation, which can be subtle, just so the repetitiveness thing doesn't bite you. Yeah, I like this. It's a cool vibe, and I do like this image that you've got here too. I like it. The silhouette in the street. It's good. Zindromic says stutter thing could have gone on for a little bit longer. Sure, yeah. Mr. Loud's back. How you doing? Yeah, exactly. Liv says funk is always difficult because you got to make sure it's not too funk enough. Not too funk enough. That's right. Not too funk enough. You do need to fight more, Liv. When was the last time you got into a really good fight? Jeez. Happy Valentine's Day. Waffle Sticks, thank you for the great name. You agree with variation? Yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm glad it vibes with you. I was 10, I think. That seems fair. That seems fair. I don't think you need to fight more, Liv. I was just joking. I like you just the way you are. Mr. Loud, it is you. This one is called 536. I like this picture, by the way. This has, you're an artist. This just has artist written all over it. Yo, this is great. It takes me back. I love jazz stuff in general. I feel like it's like half my life, but this just reminded me of so many different groups that I've appreciated over the years, um, which is good. It's a good thing that you're triggering that. I'm wondering if you are aware of the band Tortoise, and if not, you probably should be. The what is Tortoise? Omi is from an alternate universe. Sometimes speaks in tongues. Tortoise. Tortoise is a band. Here, let me introduce you guys in case you have not known them. They are a band, and they are absolutely fantastic. And they are on the Thrill Jockey label. And if we just go to the Thrill Jockey label, I would like to. I've been having conversations with a lot of different people in DMs lately around labels. A lot of people are like really spooked by labels for whatever reason. Like I get it. But also like stop being so spooked. Thrill Jockey is a really great example of how a few people came together with like cool sounding stuff. They could reach more people together, so they did that. And when they did that, when they came together and they put their stuff onto this label, they realized, well, we could be making music with each other, and we can have side projects, and those side projects can be band names too, and those band names can have albums released on this label too. And next thing you know, half the people on the label have played with each other in different configurations. It's a lovely, lovely place to be. Anyway, I bring this up because one, this could be a fairly good fit for you. If you were to round out your sound just a tiny bit and get like little tiny nuanced like detail touches that are not expected in your music. Like if there was, and I'm by no means mean to like derail your approach or anything, but if there was like in this 3 minutes, this 1 second where there was like this this feeling of like something being kind of like broken or stuttered or glitched or something like that, it would completely put it in this other kind of realm, right? Immediately. Not that you have to do something like that, but like a sample or something just kind of floating across midway through a song or something can completely change it. But anyway, the reason why I bring up the band Tortoise is for this reason, is to go and listen to some folks that do some stuff that's very much like what you're doing here. Simply to have kind of the like-minded experience, right? Seeing where they're going. They do some really interesting things with inversions. They do some really interesting things with texture, tempo, that I think you'd probably dig just from listening to this. All right, so I'd love to hear the ride and the hat up just a tiny bit. And at like 227, it'd be cool if there was like a little drag across the cymbal or snare or both or something when it comes to a stop instead of just being so abrupt. Other than those two tiny little like super nitpicky things that I'm putting out there, I really enjoy the entirety of this. Don't Get Me Banned. That's an awesome name, by the way. I'm just catching up on the chat here. Far Horizon says, my link is broken. Give me 2 minutes. Got it. The stillness of the track. Yeah. Nano, did you time out? Did you time out Syndremic? What happened with Syndremic? Oh my goodness. Far Horizon has fixed the link. What happened? What did I miss? You're seeing colors again. Oh. Were you triggered by the lysergic track? It is, you know, lysergic does have a certain effect on us. Let's see here. Far Horizon. What have you cooked up today? Ooh. Mr. Loud says, oh, I have an idea. I'm going to do it when I get home. Don't you love that? Oh, don't you love it when you show up and you share your stuff with your friends and your friends get you all juiced and you're like, yeah, idea. And then you're like, man, am I so glad I went and I saw my friends today. Man, those are the moments right there. All right, this one's called Intersecting Paths. Happy Friday, y'all. Edge Solo Beats, welcome in. I'll be quiet now. this is fantastic. This is really great. Yeah, there's like a couple things that I wish I could hear. Like around 225, it'd be so cool to hear a field recording in that moment. You know what I mean? At 316, I'm like, if I was sitting there in the room with you while you were working, I'd be like, dude, go deeper. Like, you could make this even more minimal. And then, like, you could get, like, these things that you, like, feel as much as you hear, like, haptic type response type stuff. That would feel so dope in there if you were to bring down the ambience a bit and all of it and just be like, make us, like, really, really, really lean in for the second half of this thing. Actually tried to synthesize all the Foley. My man. High five. Boom. My man. This is a great time to point out that the noise pack, which is also included in the Shapeshifters preset collection, was entirely synthesized and not recorded. And it's only $10. See, I think this conversation in the chat gets a little twisted sometimes because it's not about making this commercial. It's about allowing this to be found by people who appreciate this without doing anything else to this. That's what it's about. That's really what it's about. That's what labels are for. That's what I keep coming back to in these conversations with folks that are a little on edge about labels and their role that they play. And I'm like, dude, you know, if you make stuff that like you're really passionate about, then it's probably not totally mainstream, which means you'd probably really be helped by a label. They'd be really beneficial for you because they're really just about getting people to you. But anyway, I think that's all it would take for something like this to get good attention, right? If you put this in front of the people that listen to Amon Tobin, they will like this. Like every single one of them. I think. Let me just. Yeah, no, I think I think every single one of them would like this. So, I think it's really just more about putting it in front of the right audience and knowing how to do that than it is engineering your music in any way differently to achieve this. Edge Solo Beats, this is Far Horizon, and they're fantastic. They're a regular here in the community. They have been for years, and it's wonderful. We love them. Yeah, live infomercial ad. For noise, if you haven't got it yet, it's only $10. You like that? Yeah. Better than the Super Bowl. Yeah. I think the answer to the question is labels. I think it really is. It's more about developing and this is when we should be referring to labels as communities, right? We really should, because people become so like evangelical about labels that adhere to their very, very specific aesthetic, you know? So it vibes with the whole community all the time. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Far Horizon. Yeah, he's just saying, hey, it's a lot of work because I want to go away from all the samples and also create weird-ass soundscapes and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it's really also reinforced in that you produce in a much more linear fashion than a lot of people, and that freaks a lot of people out. They're like, wait, if there isn't a 4 on the floor kind of A, B, A, B, A, C kind of thing happening here, then what are we doing? Are we all going to fall out of the sky? It's great. It's great because it forces you to follow what's actually happening from one moment to the next and hear what all the responses are in the music along the way, which is, to me, it's pretty much everything. So, Joshi, yes, absolutely. Go ahead and drop it if you want. We've just recently closed the queue, but you should put another one in there because we're almost out of music here. And we're probably not done talking yet, so do it. Syndromic says, creating your own sounds is the best way to differentiate yourself from others. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Good points. Good points all around in the chat today. Absolutely. All right. Saint Patoti. It's you. It is you. Let's click here and go over here and do this. This one's called Rainstorm. All right, St. Patati, I'd set the sub cutoff at... Oh, hold on a second. I'm sorry. I didn't even realize this wasn't over. All right, so I'd move the sub cutoff to 40 hertz, 12 dB per octave. Sub down about 5 dB. It's just a little blasty. I think the transient that's there is fine. The level of it is fine. So just bring the sustain down if you can. 113, space here for some more creative delay on the vocal. 137, when the vocals come back, I feel like they're a little bit more rigid and on the beat, like kind of exactly. And if we just get them off the actual grid, I think it's going to feel a little bit more organic and a little bit more natural in flow, right? That'd be one thing. The other thing is when I'm saying like more creative delay on the vocal, like if you were to put a second delay or maybe even a third delay, it doesn't mean they have to stay on there forever or that they have to be turned up to some weird, wild, sci-fi-ish kind of freaky level. But just to get almost like a polyrhythmic echo thing going in just a couple of spots, what it puts on display is that you can have like deeper, more complex groove stuff here and there. But when you use it really sparingly, it really stands out way, way more. And you don't have to go in and mess with any other part of your arrangement or anything. You can keep things pretty simple. I can tell that you want the beat to be pretty simple. What you don't want is for it to be like lost in obscurity through the high volume of similar beats, right? Like the kind of generic kind of quality that comes with not having anything push against the expectation in any way, right? So finding that good balance between being really supportive for your vocals with the beat and also including something that makes people go, ah, yeah, that was good. That was clever. That little thing they just did there, right? And it only has to really occur one time in, how long is this? It's almost 3 minutes, right? So one time in almost 3 minutes. Find a little spot for it. I think it feel really good. This right here is maybe the quote of the day. I'm just going to pin this for a little bit. It's just going to be pinned for a few minutes here. That's just freaking hilarious. Marketing music is too involved for me. I'd rather eat rocks. Oh, Zendromic says, marketing music is mostly just cosplay. I'm not into cosplay, though. Oh, goodness. All right, let's see who's up next. Nano's up next. Let's see what Ben has made. This is called Tub Wekno. See what it sounds like. When the vocals getting all weird and fluttery and gated like that, you know, it would be maybe kind of cool is to be gating the bass off of something else, just completely independent unto its own. I was kind of hearing like a cool little like growing jittery kind of a thing happening there or something, like maybe as the gate depth is biting into it a little bit more and more before it pieces out. Interesting stuff there. It is a short, but he's working on it, I think. You're working on this, right, Nano? Work in progress. I'm calling you short? I'm not calling you short, man. I'm not calling you short. That's not what I meant. The song, that's what I meant. Not that your song is short, but I mean, it is. It's a little short. Oh, man. Genres and unique are opposites. genres are a characterization of past music, thus anything intentionally existing within a genre is by definition unoriginal. Or, at the very least, confining. At the very least. Oh, man. Yep. I tend to sit down just a little bit. So when I meet people IRL that are used to only ever seeing me from a view similar to this, they're always like, I didn't realize you were tall. Let's check out this unknown here, which is this is a cool little look here. I like it. This one's called Spray. Absolutely. Let's listen. All right. I like that this paint can looks like it's a grenade and that it's dangerous. I think the 808 needs to come down a bit and the mix needs to come up just a touch. There's some resonance lurking around 2K that you can knock out. I like the little rolls. It's a nice touch. I would take the hat and alter it a bit. It feels just a little stale after a while. So I'd try more than one hi-hat. That in itself, just the difference in timbre is going to break up a bit of that monotony, and then also change the delivery just a little bit. Keep it all minimal. Keep the changes minimal so they are appreciated and kind of noticed eventually, not something that's like demanded that attention be paid to them. So nothing like ultra tricky or busy or anything. Just tiny little extra tap there. One was skipped there. Did a little open there. Little reversal over there, but not all at once. Nothing too much. Snare down just a little bit. Yeah, I'm assuming that you are cooking up beats that you'd like to sell. So leaving room for vocals over the top. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. It's minimal, right? So it's just noticed. You just want people to kind of notice these things. And timing. The other thing would be timing on this. Something that can really catch people interest-wise is timing. So very, very subtle differences in the delivery of the actual beat itself. Not just like a hat thing. But like you can play with swing and you can play with, like, for instance, the duration of the notes. Like, what if every sixth snare hit was chopped short, right? And what if every other snare hit between those was delivered just a hair later than it is being delivered right now? So now all of a sudden you've got this hesitation, hesitation, yeah. Ooh, little change up there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. So now all of a sudden you've got everything else is exactly the same. And the changes that you're making are just these tiny, tiny, tiny little differences. But our brain is a supercomputer that can't help itself. It is going to notice these milliseconds. It just can't help itself. That's all I got for you. That's what I got for you on this one. 89 ounces. 89 OZ. NBA Young Boy Monkey Boo feature TND Studios. Yeah, and those are the people that will want your beats. That's exactly it. Those are the people that will want your beats. It's like the people that will notice those tiny little things there. That's it. This one looks like it might actually be some moving picture here. So I'm going to move this off to the side a bit. And watch this. Let's do this. Video unavailable. UMG. I have plenty to say about UMG. Yeah, a Dilla swing would be dope on that track. Moment of silence for Dilla. Anyone who was here on the stream with us on Wednesday this week, I believe it was, we got to go over to Shu's house and there was a nice reading about when Dilla passed and like the inside scoop on all of that, the timing of everything. For those of you who are not aware, when we go to Shu's house after our streams, it's for a reason. Same for when we go to E-Town after the streams, there's for a reason. These guys have been in the game for a very long time. Their communities matter. Really, really big history. Discord link is dead on Twitch. Oh, it's for someone else. Okay. Yeah, Dilla Swing is everything. And the reason why it becomes everything is because it's like it pushes against expectation. You think it's going to happen now and it happens now. You think it's going to happen here and it happens here. And it's like just that and his counting tricks. His counting tricks. Man. So good. Okay, Joshy. 89, I don't know what's up with yours, but if there is another way to get it to us, you can try that. This one is called Forever Chasing the Sun.
Took a long road home where the shadows used to loom. Now the echoes of my past just dance in the room. I've tangled with doubt, felt the weight of the night. But each step that I take, it feels more like flight. So here's to the mornings when the world feels right. With nothing but the moon to guide my light, I'll paint my horizon with whispers of dreams. A melody rising, bursting at the seams. Chasing the sun.
Okay, I think I want the dialogue to be a bit more up on top. And there's a couple of things you can do here. You can add some saturation to it, which will help it stick out a little bit more. You can also cut down on the reverb a little bit, so there's more dry than wet balance, so it's not as washed out in the mix. And you can also EQ that reverb, so there's not as much low competing with the original signal of the spoken word. And all of that will help it be heard a bit more clearly above those supersaws, which those are hard to be heard over in general. Little less noise in the risers, just to help with the dialogue cutting through. I noticed both times you had risers creeping up, dialogue was going, and it was struggling to be heard both times. So volume mixing and glue are the two things that can really help this become even better, I think. Some sounds just feel very disconnected from the rest. They are the right sound, and you are using them in the right way, and you're using them at the right time. It's just that they're not being mixed the right way with the rest of the things. So part of this is volume balancing, and some things just need to be half as loud as they are right now in the mix, and then they will sit better with the other things around them. And some of this is what we call glue, right? Like two things having different reverbs. Have those two things share the same reverb, or bus several different things to one reverb. So there are compression could also be a thing that can help you kind of glue things together when you're using it right. What I would challenge you to do with this one first is to go back and do a fresh volume mix on this one. I'm not sold on the fact that you had all of this kind of mapped out in your head and that everything is like in a position that is absolute and for a specific reason. Some of this felt kind of arbitrary. So I think that if you were to do a fresh volume mix on this and compare it to the first one, that you will have made different choices. And I would say you might even want to do it again after that, just to see what kind of differences you're making in your decision making. And then I want you to kind of sit there and sit with that for a minute, because the differences should clue you into what you're not satisfied with, what you are feeling. You're bumping up against something there, and you're making a decision that's different each time. So you're not quite sure how to navigate it. So I think part of that lies in the fact that you're not quite sure what's bumping you in those moments, or what it is that's causing the answer to be different each time. So part of this is just understanding how to prioritize those sounds, and knowing why, like for sure, right? And then I think you're going to make a little bit more bold decisions when you do, like something being half the volume that it is now, or double the volume that it is now, or not even being in that transition or whatever. So I think part of this is reapproaching and reassessing, and then once you're really, really sure, those volume choices are going to be kind of locked in a little bit more. I guess I was going to say aggressively, but I think what I mean is just with more confidence. That's what I mean. Volume mixing and glutes. Oh my goodness. We got a couple more. I'm okay with that, but we're closing the queue again. Bye, Joe Farwick. Welcome in. Edge. 910, Elijah. How you doing? You're Odom. Welcome in, Odom. Good to have you here. Joshi's saying, I appreciate the feedback I produce over my iPad with GarageBand, so mixing is a bit hard, but I try to get better every day, and I'm a reverb junkie. Okay, yeah. So this is all in line with what we're hearing. Keep at it. Keep bringing stuff by. It'll keep getting better. Absolutely. Edge. Edge solo. Let's do this. This one's called UK Flows. Work in progress. Pilot vocals.
Man, I hate when they like excuses. That man, I might try exclusive. I can never be a loose, you're too sick. Can't just lose it, might just abuse it. Certain man want what you got, it's a lot. But we don't keep snakes on the block, it's a lot. If you really wanna rock, no drop, hold up, no luck, man, a gangster. It's 1,000,000 to 1 when I score like this. Now who's gonna catch me? Got no reason to run when this girl just wanna play chase and fetch me. And I'm just playing for fun, got my eyes in the sun, got the chase from the Bentley. Might just sub in my little one, go on then son, or lads go gently. Last time that I run a man down, I was on up estate, no rally. Face bait, he tried run but can never escape. Big man, little man, no it don't matter, call my gang too mystic, we know your fate. No hate, just business, trying to get my pockets them well overweight. Give me that plate. And I really don't need to gangbang. My youth's got techers and style like gang. Man, I got a right hand man that I left back home to look over the gang. Offshore, so we don't need no santan. Live by the shore, but I don't do suntan. And if you still think you're a bad man, then my man's were down with a shank or a backhand. ED Jizzy from CY Prizzy. No, I get busy, the gal want glizzy. Coke's not fizzy, rocks like Chrissy. Get rocked in the draw like my name's Big Willie. Aim from Philly, got no dilly. Plus no patience, got no chili. Don't be silly, don't want more with me. Turn your man from Alan to Lily. Man, I hate when they like excuses. That man, I might try exclusive. I can never be a loose, you're too sick. Can't just lose it, might just abuse it. Certain man want what you got, it's a lot. But we don't keep snakes on the block, it's a lot. If you really wanna rock, no drop, hold up, no luck, man, a gangster. If I really put the grind down now, cause you won't see the hood all happy and merry. This food won't wrap up itself, but my younger and Joe's on my hands smell petty. If I hear that the statement's heavy, then I'm ready for the aim, hold steady, then headed. It's a headache for the up on my block, got shots like Nathan Tete. Tryna make it snow like Esky again, make the scene all sexy again. I can never be a vulture and beg me a friend, come I know my culture, like get me again. If you wanna war, send me a send. This pen come like a brand new length. They can never test me again, try arrest me again, just try me. I've got time like Big Ben. Mixtape seller, all true teller, grime scene dweller, all wise Zelda, big trendsetter. Just get better, not a nice fella. Your gal get wetter, big bag getter. Don't drink Stella, do say cognac, only my Jenna. I got the link like Teva. Send me a letter on socials, banned from Twitter. Man, I hate when they like excuses. That man, I might try exclusive. I can never be a loose, you're too sick, can't just lose it, might just abuse it. Certain man want what you got, it's a lot. But we don't keep snakes on the block, it's a lot. If you really wanna rock, no drop, hold up, no luck, man, a gangster.
Yeah. Okay, so edge solo. I love this. I think the bass is awesome. I really dig the flow. I want it up a bit more so it sits on top of the mix just a little bit more. I think your low end cutoff can be brought up to 40 hertz. It's a little bit rumbly in a couple of spots and it can be wrangled in just a little bit. 50 seconds in, opportunities for words to be doubled up for a backing effect. By that, I mean if you were to take this word and copy it down one track and nudge it over to the right just slightly, and then maybe pitch it up one semitone or down one semitone, and then drop it like 6 dB or something like that, right? So it's just one word that gets accented with like a doubling or something like that. Now, if you were to do that like 3 or 4 times throughout the entirety of this track, I feel like it would be really, really, really effective. The tongue clicks are ace, and I think that they can come up. They don't have to be up in a static position. They could be a volume automation thing, but I think that calling our attention to the fact that they are happening should happen because they're nuanced, and I think that they're going to fly right past a lot of people, right under the radar. Wanting a touch of saturation on the vocal. I would love to hear just a little bit more of the texture of your voice up on the surface just a little bit more. And if you hit it with just a little bit of overdrive, no distortion, no grit, no drive being added, that would probably be just perfect. Perfect. Edge solo beat. Sucks that you were locked up. It's good that you're out now. Sucks that your stuff was stolen while you were locked up, but good to be back out. Hope you find some collab, folks. Keep bringing stuff by. This was fun. This was fun. I like this. Odin Boy. Bang my head. Produced by Reactants.
I can't seem to find how someone like you loves someone just like me. Get me out of this fantasy. Go and find some peace without someone bothering. I can't seem to find a reason in myself to keep you on the line. God kept me alive and in line enough to have you in my life. Don't wanna take you for granted, but the way you look at me, I can't understand it. Eyes so pretty like a lake, and I sink to the floor like a vase with no flowers planted. 5 nights, spent 5 nights making wrongs right. Putting up with it is the wrong fight. I don't wanna swing anymore, just let me fall to the floor. I can't press rewind, and if I could, I wouldn't change one thing. If you were clear from my mind, feel like I'm running out of time. Say the right words, so I'm putting it in a rhyme. I can't realize that what you feel for me is something worth dying for. Just let me fall for. I can't seem to find how someone like you loves someone just like me. Get me out of this fantasy. Go and find some peace without someone bothering. I can't seem to find a reason in myself to keep you on the line. God kept me alive and in line enough to have you in my life.
Yeah, this is great. This is so good. I really, really like everything about this. I have like little nitpicky things, like those really tiny little snare fills. Like I feel like you could go from quiet to loud, not medium to loud. Like you could traverse more volume change in that short period of time. And that whisper effect is cool. You could totally lean into it more. You could drop the overall loudness of everything in that moment and get to the whispers quicker and have them reign a little bit longer over the mix. I like this. I like this. Like the ending too. I kind of want to hear the very last little bit here. Yeah, like I almost kind of want that to be ringing out even longer. I like the jangly guitar quality in this. It's great. It's great. There's a really good, like, genuine, authentic kind of performance quality to this. It's good stuff. Yeah. Edge Solo Beat says, I like that. The vocals were the best thing about the track, in my opinion, so I like to hear them shine more. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. This is solid. Solid. Yeah, I don't normally sing, so it's definitely different for me. Yeah, okay, so that's so typical. Like when you're not used to being the center of attention with your voice, we always got to tell you to turn it up. So turn it up a bit more. But I really like where you are with the mix right now. I don't want it to be more perfect than this. I like where it's sitting right now. It feels fairly authentic, you know? Yeah, did you do all of the everythings on this one? No, just vocals on BandLab. Okay. Genre and mix fits with the voice. Yeah, it really does. Yeah, I love it too. I think that's what I like the most about it, is that it's not overproduced. Things were assembled in the right way. Like the palette came together, and the mixing comes together because of it. There's nothing in there that doesn't really need to be there. It's not forced. It's good. Did you do all of the everything? Bit of a throwback, like it. Yeah, absolutely. All right, Canvera. Oh, I've completely written that right in the middle of this document, haven't I? Okay, this one's called Biopunk. Kanara, there we go. All right, Kanara. Here we go. This one's called Biopunk. Oh, Edge Solo Boots saying, OhmLab, I assume you make music too, right? Can we hear something if the people in the queue don't mind, of course? Oh, I've been around for ages. We're not here to listen to me on Fridays. We're here to listen to you on Fridays. I do my thing on Mondays and Wednesdays each week. A lot of production work on those days. And I do produce all sorts of stuff. A lot of stuff on the cinematic side of things, but lots and like years and years for just speakers too. So lots of stuff. Let's hear Biopunk.
Let's go.
Yeah, so this one goes hard. Like, the luffs are up there. I'm not sure that I'm going to tear this one apart, though. Like, I think this is pretty darn complete as it is. Rabagast, welcome in. I like that it goes this hard. I think that you can get the loudness down a bit. So it sounds right on streaming. But yeah, I don't really have a bunch of do this, do that for you on this one. I think this one's got the right energy. It's got the right palette. It's good stuff. Yeah. You wait all this time for some feedback and you're like, oh, there's no feedback. What was I saying, like, last week? Was it last week or the week before? It's usually only one each week. Edge Solo Beat says, I was a decent, clean, and did all the right things, but kind of generic. I would say more than generic, I would say it's safe. Like, everything sounded like it fit. Nothing seemed like it was pushing against expectations. Nothing jumped out as being like overtly unexpected. So if you're wanting it to, then you could do a couple of things. Like, a quick hard stop in one spot would be a really easy thing to do to give this thing kind of like a, whoa, that just happened. You could also do a complete timbre flip at one point, right? Where maybe things come to an unexpected drop or a stop, and you have a fill with an instrument that just has not existed in the timeline up to this point and does not exist after this point, right? It can be like a little sitar or something doing a little lick, and it's like got a cool little sound effect to piece out. You could do something like that. Like, if you're wanting something to really make it do something different. But as it stands right now, I think it's complete. Like, I think this is a self-contained thing. Okay, so you're saying, but labels keep rejecting. I don't understand. So I'm always on the Orchid Enterprises. Audio Jungle. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, so I think the reason why they're not saying yes to this right away is because it doesn't have something in it that does make it stand out. Like, if there was a reason given, that would probably be it, is that it does sound like the majority of stuff that they hear each and every day, right? So if you think of it through their perspective, from their perspective, it's one person, and they've got an inbox that gets hit probably 500 times a day. And most of the emails that they're getting don't get responded to because, one, there's not enough time to listen to 500 tracks each day. So you're only going to listen to part of each one. And then you add to that, what part? What part are people listening to of that track, right? So if it's just going to be needle dropped for a moment, is it going to be ear grabbing and enticing and interesting enough for them to get to the point that really stands out, right? Yeah, part of beating that is using unique sounds. Now, part of that makes it a little bit tougher to maintain the genre coherence, right? Like, meeting those expectations. So there is a balance between meeting expectations and working around expectations, right? Yes, social media followers is like a key metric that a lot of labels look at. It's true. Especially with a genre like this, because there's a lot of folks out there doing the same type of thing, and they are established, and it's hard to work against folks that are established. So oftentimes you'll find that that means a different, smaller label or community that kind of runs in the circles of smaller circles and communities, smaller clubs and whatnot. And then that is kind of the stepping stone kind of mechanism, if you will. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. If it's pretty consistent and you're producing the same stuff or same kind of stuff each time, then I would expect you to get the same result. What you have to do to get a different result is do something different, and by different I mean kind of boldly different, and make people go, "Huh, that is different." Like by the very definition of the word, that is different. This very much adheres. This one does not push against. This one adheres to. So if you're really wanting someone to react to you and respond to you, maybe you try that. Yuga? Jug? Juge? Yuge? Larson. Barack Maraca. Oh, I like that. Barack Maraca. All right, this one is a work in progress.
The stars align when you pull me closer. I lose my mind and slowly fade away. I feel you near, but you're so far away, and I need you here. So won't you hold me down when the sky is falling down? Would you hold me now? I could never live without you. Can we disappear? Your heart was mine. I would miss those moments, and I lose my mind. Won't you hold me down? Slow down. Take a second to catch your breath. We're fading now. Slip away every chance we get. You feel so far from me. I'm lost without your love. You're just so hard to please. I'm lost without your touch, without your touch. Let's get lost in space. You pull me from underwater. When I'm falling apart. Let's get lost in space. I was lost from the start. You hold me in the dark. Let's get lost in space. When we lost our way. When we lost our
Mm. Hey, this last couple of seconds here with these hats. Just listen to this. If you're listening to the quality of the sound, like you've picked the right sounds, and this is a really good thing that we just had this clarity there with these tiny sounds. This is what I'm talking about with the integrity of the sound is being hurt a bit by the loudness. there's a limit to which our brain will accept things as real. And as soon as we judge that something isn't real, whether it's because something feels cheesy or overplayed, or we've heard it before but differently, or the timing is off, or whatever it is that puts it in that column for us, it's over. It's game over for that thing. So as soon as something starts to get a little bit too loud, and you know in your heart's heart that it could be felt, right? Like that it could really be like appreciated at a lower volume, you already kind of start dismissing it, right? So very first thing I would do here is say, hey, you know, it might feel really good in the very first few seconds, but as soon as we get to the full mix, there's a few things that jump out as being a little off kilter. And one of the things is loudness. Another one is that the bass is just kind of like firing out of the bass or out of the speakers like a cannon. Your low end cutoff is a little bit lower than it probably should be for this genre. And I'm thinking to myself, well, this is more being mixed for loudness, for like electronic music loudness, like dance music. But I don't think that's what you have here. I think what you've got here is something kind of soulful you've got lots of feels, like you're wanting to have emotional resonance with people. The delivery of the vocals should really steer all of this. Those vocals are not being sung at full velocity, so nothing should really be delivered at full velocity in this track, right? Because the vocals need to be the thing sitting on top of everything and providing the path forward for everything. So that's the very first thing that I would put out there is like, let's flip up this mix just a little bit and mix it for soul instead of loudness and get the feels, get every single feel you can. Okay, so at 108, this is a really good example of like this whole thing can come way down. This moment can be felt. Save the rest of the fullness for the rest of the song. But for this one moment, let it be vulnerable. Let it be up close. You know what I mean? Okay, yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, you can get some dope Foley from Sync. That's true. This is true. Oh, good. I'm glad this feedback is resonating with you. Absolutely. This thing has quite a bit of potential. Like, it's got a lot of commercial value. Like, it's got good licensing potential. This one does. This one does. All right, Joe. Joe is here saying this is a work in progress. Excellent. That is what we prefer here. This one's called Heartless.
Your body is surrounding me like, my God, she's dancing all around me. I say, you're up, I want no problems, all I want is you and some love. Hello, your friends, they fuck around when they say I'm lost. Just say it to my face, I'll make you come and go. You always round those places when you off control. Justify those actions where you're heartless. Justify those actions where you're heartless. All I want is staying for you. Don't know if I'm staying cause I love you, cause no one should be staying with you. Justify the sections where you're heartless. All I want is staying for you. I don't know if I'm staying cause I love you, cause no one should be staying for you.
I like it. I think the loudness needs to come down just a bit, and the bass can come down just a little bit. I really like the vocal delivery. I think the mixing on it is pretty solid. I don't think you really need much more said on this one. It's pretty solid. It's good. Also, this picture, if this is you, it makes it look like you might be either some sort of musical virtuoso who's been trained classically by elites in secret places around the world, or you're like a mafia boss that has asked me to meet you at the back of some Italian restaurant that I'm never going to leave. Not sure. Yeah, it's at neg 7 LUFS, and I think that it should be at like neg 12 maximum loudness. Like, yeah, I think that's probably where I draw the line in the sand there. That's still louder than normal streaming. It's still louder than what you're going to hear on radio. It's going to feel a little bit better for your voice in here too. It's not going to feel as artificially inflated. Right now, you have great projection, and what vocals with great projection don't need is a lot of added limiting. You just don't need that. It comes across as like just a little overbearing almost. So back that back just a little bit. Kieran Delaney, welcome in. Happy Friday. Yeah, Joe, absolutely. This is a great, solid track. Absolutely. Rabbi Guest, this is you.
Hvor skal du gå når alle veier fører til en vegg? Og i den veggen et lite søkk fra gamle møter med ditt hode. Hvem hører du på når alle snakker sant og sier hør? Og du har hørt det 1000 ganger før. Og du lurer på har hørt det 1000 ganger før. Og du lurer på.
Yeah, okay. So, this vocalist is great. I think there is, there's a couple of really neat things happening in here. I like the builds that you're using, these ARPs, and the way that you're using noise is fun. The ways in which you're using filters is fun. Definitely watch out for driving things too much just for the sake of driving them. It felt like there was some kind of inflatedness to this, whether it's coming from the fact that stuff had been kind of limited and compressed already, and then you're doing it again in your mix, or what. I do like everything that's happening and the aesthetic and all of it, but there's a quality to this that feels a little kind of overdriven almost. If we were to go back and listen to a couple of spots specifically, okay, so like right there with the reverb, what it feels like to me is that maybe the saturation is occurring after the reverb and that there's not a lot of EQ happening after the reverb. So everything feels as though it's been kind of magnified in a way, where if you were to put the saturation on the other side of the reverb and make sure that you're EQing the reverb and that the reverb is on a separate channel, then I think that feels a bit more clear and less fatiguing for us, because it's not feeling quite as noisy. Yeah, like the sound breaks. Yeah, exactly. That's like this, we call it hysteresis, but things start to break when we reach limits, right? So this is really just, it's being pushed too loud. That's what it is. I love that STP is on a little side quest for Syndremic here with the water foley stuff. This is great. This is great. Kiernan, we're going to listen to you. And then we're about done. Smokin' Finetto, we'll get you, and then we're going to close this queue again. All right, this one is Highs from Tiersten West. STP, peace out, man. Have a great weekend. Always good having you here. Happy Friday. Appreciate you, man. Grab a guest, absolutely. Absolutely, you are welcome. Kiernan Delaney, here we go.
It's late night, she feels adventurous. She open wide and in me dexterous. Oh, shorty, I should've told ya from the jump. You were just another high. Now I'm coming down. I'm falling higher. Tell me you love me. Don't break my heart. Come take it from me. Oh, shorty, I should've told ya from the jump. You were just another high. Now I'm coming down. It's late night, she feels adventurous. She open wide and in me dexterous. Oh, shorty, I should've told ya from the jump. You were just another high. She got a lot on her mind, goes out a lot of the time. Blessed by her innocence, but can't read between the lines. Oh, shorty, I should've told ya from the jump now. Ignorance is bliss, but you're not what I want now. Don't even matter. Let's get to it, yeah, yeah. No chitter chatter, baby. Let's talk more words. Talking gets us nowhere. Come down to earth, 'cause I feel like there's nowhere. Shorty, I should've told ya from the jump. You were just another high. Now I'm coming down. I'm falling higher. Tell me you love me. Don't break my heart. Come take it from me. Oh, shorty, I should've told ya from the jump. You were just another high. Now I'm coming down. It's late night, she feels adventurous. She open wide and in me dexterous. Oh, shorty, I should've told ya from the jump. You were just another high. Now I'm coming down. Hands behind your back like please don't tell me. Lips up on my neck, I feel your envy. Hands up on her throat. Breathing heavy. We're not together, but far from friendly. I need a minute. I throw back in some type of way. Now she need a minute. Don't need no limit. Won't face, won't see me again. Think she reached her limit. Oh, shorty, I should've told ya from the jump. You were just another high. Now I'm coming down. I'm falling higher. Tell me you love me. Don't break my heart. Come take it from me. Oh, shorty, I should've told ya from the jump. Now you were just another high. Now I'm coming down. I'm falling higher. Tell me you love me. Don't break my heart. Come take it from me. Oh, shorty, I should've told ya from the jump. Now just another high. Now I'm coming down. It's late night. She feels adventurous. She open wide and ambidextrous. Oh, shorty, I should've told ya from the jump. You were just another high. Now I'm coming down.
All right, loudness needs to come down a lot. It feels like this is probably neg 5's LUFS, and you're not even, this isn't even mastered yet, so I bring this way down. If I were to give you a LUFS number, it would probably be like neg 20, and if I was to give you a dB standard, I'd just say give yourself several dB worth of headroom before you're reaching 0, so bring it down to like neg 6 dB or something like that before you hand it off to your engineer, and they will take care of the rest for you. Give them stems too instead of just a straight mix, and they will be able to handle a lot of the volume mixing stuff that we're hearing as well. The biggest thing that's holding this back is the loudness. It really is. So you've got a really good song, and you've got good vocals. This is really just about wrangling. The bass needs to come down about 6 dB, sub needs to come down about 9 dB, horn blast, the needs to come down a little 4 dB. Low on cutoff could be rolled up to 50 hertz, 12 dB per octave curve. And when it's done, you should be aiming for probably like a neg 12, neg 11, something like that mix. This does not have to be a super heavy. Anything under that is for really loud, you know, in-your-face bass music. This is telling a story, so you want people to be able to appreciate it. So don't yell at them. Engineer did do this, give them the beat and vocal stems. Okay, so yeah, you want it to be done with a softer hand is all. That's all. Okay, Spoken Finetto, it is you. Happy Friday, y'all. This one's called Never Drunk. It's not letting us just click, so we're just going to go over here and do this like this.
Never Drunk is the best song I've ever fucking heard in my life.
That bitch all up on me, she can't get enough. Bitch, I feel like Giannis playing for the Bucks. Bitch, I just put up 4 lines in the fucking cup. Just put up 4 lines in the fucking cup. Yeah, she eat me up, she eat me up. She a fucking schnock. Bitch, I'm sipping walk on rocks. I ain't getting drunk, I ain't sipping lit. That shit cheap while I like 50 bucks. She get off the sands and now she reaching in my pants. I got a 40 right here by me. Let a nigga play, I'm popping shit. I be cruising, smoking 223 is what I'm toting. Mixing Sprite up with the potion, bitch, I'm popping shit like a zip. If you distant, you a bitch, I just be chilling, cooking hits. Fuck it, I'ma up the blick and throw his body in the ditch. I just pod the B, now I can't feel below my knees. My bitch just for me, yo bitch gave it to the team. Niggas really pay for pussy, man, I get that shit free. Bitch, I'm breaking down the walls and I keep on the knees. If you want the fee, I need like 5 like Benji Blue B. Put that switch up on that pistol, squeeze it till it's empty. Cash roll everything around me, yeah, I keep this shit cream. Boy, don't even try to hide the 223 gotta be. Bitch, I'm lactose intolerant, but I'm chasing blue cheese. These is Ricks, bitch, these ain't no fucking purple jeans.
Never Drunk is the best song I've ever fucking heard in my life.
That bitch all up on me, she can't get enough. Bitch, I feel like Giannis playing for the Bucks. Bitch, I just put up 4 lines in the fucking cup. Just put up 4 lines in the fucking cup. Yeah, she eat me up, she eat me up. She a fucking schnock. Bitch, I'm sipping walk on rocks. I ain't getting drunk, I ain't sipping lit. That shit cheap while I like 50 bucks.
tag is cracking me up.
Never Drunk is the best song I've ever fucking heard in my life.
All right, so here's the thing. Watch distorting frequencies below 60 hertz. Bring the loudness down. I think the tag is hilarious. It'd be cool to have a little less low end in that tag, so when it is playing at the same time as your music, it's being heard a little bit more. You might want to bring it up just a little bit as well. Lastly, I'd roll the low end cutoff up to about 40 hertz, 12 dB per octave curve here. You'll still keep all of your sub, just a tiny little bit less rumble. And I'm tempted to say I'm been sitting here trying to figure out exactly how much to bring it down by, but the sub needs to come down a bit, and probably 6 dB. It's about the right spot for it. It's still going to rattle everybody's car as you roll through town. So Syndromic says, I just heard loudness of the bass. That's it. And Yub G Trav says, I thought that was fire. So see, that's exactly why. Like it's not your thing, Syndromic, but it is somebody's thing. And we just need to help them make this heard in all the right ways possible. Didn't really hear it, says Syndromic, but that's okay. That's okay. Just means you're getting old. That's it. That's it, kitty cats. That's it. You know what we're going to do now? We're going to go see which one of these other legends is streaming right now and what they're doing on their channel. We're going to go over there. We're going to take the party over there. Let's see who's up. Let's see, shall we? And look at that. It's going to be Thuggy. It's going to be Shelly. We're going to go say hi to Shells. Everybody be nice. Appreciate the artistry. I will see you guys next week. I don't think we're going to be here on Monday. Multiple things colliding on Monday, so I will see you guys on Wednesday. It'll be a production stream. We'll still take all your AMA questions, though. I appreciate you guys. I hope you stay inspired over the weekend and make something really freaking killer. I want to hear it next Friday when we're back doing this again. Until then, I appreciate you. Let's go see Shells. Peace out.